That's my man throwing down.
welcome to Actually Autistic GMs. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Kilmer, and I am the Director of Education and Training with Game to Grow. Game to Grow is a 501c3 nonprofit located in Seattle, Washington, and we believe in the use of games of all kinds to promote individual, educational, and community growth. In particular, we are most well known for our groups that utilize Dungeons and Dragons and Minecraft to support social skills in adolescents and adults. And I am here with some awesome panelists today, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves. Jared, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks. My name is Jared Kilmer. I am a clinical psychologist and also director of counseling services at Game to Grow. I'm excited to be on this panel. I have been playing tabletop RPGs since 2014 when 5th edition came out for Dungeons and Dragons, and I was diagnosed with autism earlier in 2021, near the beginning of the year.
Excellent. My name is Shona Spain. I am not a doctor. I am the volunteer coordinator for Game to Grow, amongst other things. I have been playing TTRPGs for about 10 years. I started with Shadowrun. And I was diagnosed with autism when I was about 9 years ago. I think I did the math. I think that's right.
My name is Virginia Spillman. I am one of the co-founders of Critical Core with Game to Grow, and I volunteer with Game to Grow, which is an excellent organization. And I'm the executive director of a nonprofit in Centennial, Colorado called Star Institute, which is interested in sensory health and sensory informed care, particularly obviously for neurodivergent populations. I have been playing tabletop role-playing games slightly longer than I've been writing Critical Core, which feels like a really long time, but is probably, gosh, I've probably been playing for 6 years or so. And I was diagnosed autistic January this year.
And I am Dr. Raphael Bocamazzo, better known as Dr. B for long Italian name reasons. One of my internships, the guys took one look at my name and went, nope, you're Dr. B now. And that's just kind of stuck because apparently my name sounds more pretentious than my title. And I am not directly affiliated with Game to Grow, though I'm friends with a lot of people there and they do amazing work. I am the clinical director over at takethis.org, which since 2012 has been rocking it, the mental health mission specifically within the game community. I am also just everywhere. I'm around. We'll talk about that later. But I am the co-author of a best-selling tabletop role-playing game module called Gardens of Fog. I have been playing tabletop RPGs for 25 years-ish, a while. I don't know. It's just been there. And I was diagnosed autistic at age 35. I flew under the radar for a long time, largely because of tabletop RPGs, I think.
Thank you all so much. I know that I'm assuming that everybody is as excited to be here as I am. Before we jump in and really get started, I'm assuming that some people in the audience probably have some questions about what exactly is autism.
Yeah, bet they do. Yeah. Who wants to jump into this very simple answer?
I'll start because I'm the only not doctor in the group. Frankly, it's a spectrum, right? So you might be sitting there thinking, oh, they can talk. How are they autistic? Well, it turns out some of us can talk. There's a bunch of clinical nonsense, but what you want to know is that we think differently. Our brains they just approach things very differently. That's a lot of what we're going to talk about today. And so we are considered neurodivergent. I think I got that right. Anyone want to add?
Yes.
As I affectionately call it, clinical nonsense to that.
I will not add clinical nonsense, but I will add that when we talk about neurodivergent, what we really mean is a way of experiencing the world that's different to the majority or the perceived majority. And it's certainly different to the experience of those for whom the world was predominantly built, especially the Western world. So, a lot of architecture, education systems, health systems, and so on were written for the able-bodied and for a pretty specific type of brain. And those of us that experience the world differently, process things differently, we're divergent from that. And so that's what that phrase means. It also is a really inclusive phrase, so we can talk about our neurotribes and our neurokin. Our neurodivergent friends who have attention differences, who have mood differences and processing differences and all sorts of different things like that. When we talk about autism in this group, we tend to use identity first language. We tend to talk about I'm autistic in the same way that I'm a woman. If I was athletic, it would be in the same way that I was athletic, because it's really shaped who I am and how I experience the world. And I know some of us don't mind, and we switch between the two, but just to explain that if you hear us using identity first language, it's sort of a way of cultivating autistic pride.
Yes.
Yeah,
You can't really separate it.
I'm one of the sizable minority that I do not care whether people use identity first or person first language, so long as the context of that language is respectful. Because somebody could use identity first language and be a complete Nimrod towards me, trying to keep my language clean on that topic. But yeah, I use them. But from a clinical nonsense perspective, autism is a collection of, it is from a diagnostic perspective a collection of symptoms, because it's tricky because all mental health diagnoses are outward expressions of internal experiences, and it's part of the reason that diagnostics is so tricky, because people can have outward expressions that look the same but for very different reasons, and we can go down the rabbit hole of the way some of the criticisms of autism diagnostics, especially in regards to gender diversity and culture, because there's a lot, a whole lot.
Just a whole
But by and large, we don't understand nonverbal language and social cues the same way other people do. I've had a lot of funny things happen to me this week because of it. I was apparently being flirted with in a video game. Didn't know. Had no clue. Was informed later by my social translator. And but we also tend to have really intense interests, clinically called stereotyped and or repetitive interests. Some of us call them special topics because we just get real focused. And another big category that a lot of autistic folks experience is sensory idiosyncrasies. My love of hats actually arose from the fact that I'm fairly photosensitive, and my living in Seattle is very convenient for that. We don't get a whole lot of sun. So yeah, from the clinical nonsense perspective, that's kind of the summarization.
The reason I call it clinical nonsense is because I am not a doctor, so I want to be very clear that I don't know any of that stuff. I also
mentioned that.
Did you know? So the other reason I say that is because a lot of the diagnostics tend to be deficit based, which I'm just not a fan of. And I know that's nobody here's fault, of course, but it's something that I think is interesting to call out as well.
Yeah. I think I'd like to add a footnote to that, really, because speaking of living in a world that wasn't really designed for people that experience it differently, the diagnostic measures in the DSM, for example, are really measures of distress behaviors.
Yeah.
They're not measures of, they're certainly not strength based.
No.
But when you meet all that criteria in a really solid way, it generally means that something's not right and you're not experiencing a lot of joy, and that those pieces of trying to adapt into this world are very taxing for you and very costly. My diagnostician said one of the reasons I was missed for 42 years was because I'd cultivated a supportive lifestyle for myself, and I had a really understanding husband, and I'd created a career around my special interest. So, I think it's an interesting piece to think about, especially as we talk about how tabletop role-playing games can be a place that's providing a really safe alternative to a lot of the experiences we have day to day.
Absolutely.
It's almost as if if you build a supportive social environment that bolsters differences, disabilities tend to kind of get accommodated or even disappear. What?
Weird.
An
Silly
idea to
social
hold
model
like
of
in the
disability.
forefront of our mind for a lot of this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So, several of you all have mentioned this, but you talked about being diagnosed in adulthood. Now, does that mean, I'm assuming some people in the audience have the thought that that might mean that you weren't autistic before and that you became autistic later in life, similar to the way that we might experience a depressive episode, feeling really depressed later in life? Would anyone like to
I think
speak?
it happened because I graduated so low in my class in high school. There was a real turning point at that point because my rank was just below the cutoff score. And I was definitely not autistic before that. It's definitely why I didn't. It's definitely not why I struggled in high school. No, it's Virginia brought up the idea of neurodiversity, and when that term was created in the early 90s, when it was coined in the early 90s, it was largely coined, I believe, as a way of differentiating certain experiences differently from other, mental health challenges like depression or anxiety, which a metaphor I like to use is autism, and later it incorporated things like ADHD and learning disabilities, essentially things you're born with. Okay, your brain is born working differently. You're on a different operating system as opposed to malware, which can develop later on.
That's a good point, yeah.
And PTSD is an acquired psychic injury because of
Right.
trauma, whereas all of us our brains were just born working differently. We're Linux in a Windows world.
I wasn't diagnosed as a child because my biological parents didn't want me to be put into special education, and they felt because I was talking, even though a lot of like teachers and stuff wanted me to get to be seen for that, they wouldn't do it because they didn't want me to put me into those worlds. I sought a diagnosis for something completely different because I was never told this, and I walked out with an autism diagnosis. So and I also want to say that diagnoses are a privilege, right? There are plenty of people that are going to self-diagnose, and I at least in my community, you are welcome to do that because of that privilege. If you come from a different background than I was in my 20s, you might not be able to find the funding or even find a doctor that will talk to you or find a doctor that will meet your. That was my service dog. Very sorry, she's having a nightmare. You won't be able. I know she's a goofball. You won't be able to get that diagnosis, and so I think we're all very aware of that privilege, and we'll be conscious of it too.
Yeah, there's a lot of accessibility issues with mental health needs in this country.
So I was autistic before I was diagnosed. One of the fun stories I tell is when I was in grade school, like first or second grade. Every time we would have lunch, I'd go into the cafeteria, I would open my lunchbox, I would maybe take a bite or two, I'd throw it all away, and then I'd start hitting my head against the cement wall. And the teachers would just watch this happen. And then the bell would ring and I'd go to the next class. So I could look back on this and determine like I was very overwhelmed. There's lots of kids, lots of noise. The lights were probably terrible because this was, the early 90s. I may have had problems with the food. Lunchtime's in the middle of the day, so I would have had an entire morning of sensory overwhelming and social overwhelming things. So that was not the best expression of having a meltdown, but it is something that can happen. That just because I didn't have a label for it doesn't mean I wasn't autistic. That's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, when I got my diagnosis and I told my family about it, it was so it turns out I'm autistic, but don't worry, nothing's changed. I always was, and
Yeah.
that helped that message land, I think, really well, because they were like, oh, I didn't understand that explains X, Y, and Z, but also you're right. You're the same person you've been the whole time.
Yeah, it's a good way to say it. Yeah.
Apparently, I was the last to know. I told people, and they're like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "Oh, okay."
I argued with my psychiatrist for 2 weeks, which is what for him reinforced my diagnosis, because I did a bunch of research. I came in with a notebook full of notes and a bunch of citations and all kinds of, like, a pro-con list. Sealed the deal for him. Yeah.
That's awesome. So several have mentioned how supportive of an environment tabletop RPGs have been for you. It sounds like some of that has been the way that you have selected to play tabletop RPGs or the kind of groups that you've been a part of. I'm wondering, would you generally recommend that our listeners tell their players that they're autistic if they're a game master with a group of people?
It depends.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's a formula for that, right?
No.
So, your first priority, and I think especially as with the neurodivergent brain, is your own safety. And so, how do you feel in this group? And there's 20, 30 different ways you could disclose to the group. You could disclose one at a time. You could disclose to everyone at the same time, all of those different things, but make sure you feel safe. Make sure this is a group of people who doesn't immediately think of media representations of autism or presume oh well, that must mean you're not the person I thought you were, and all of those different things. So I don't think there's a formula for that, but I would say that it's been one of the most healing environments for me to be with and to be open and to unmask. In fact, I've enjoyed playing with my neurodivergent friends so much. And we have an excellent DM. She's wonderful. That I
Whoever could she be?
I wonder that sometimes it's been hard for me to transition back into neurotypical spaces where I forget, like, oh yeah, I can't be like that with you all. But if there's, so it's sort of, my answer is there's no formula. Make sure you're safe. Make sure it's not going to push you too far and stress you out and use your resources too much. But if you can cultivate a safe space and find a safe group of people, it's very, very nurturing. It's very nourishing.
What I would add on to that is you don't have to bring the diagnosis into it, right? Like you can sit down with a group and, whatever your flavor is, you can be like, well, so sometimes it takes me a little longer to plan, to process information. So if the GM could keep that in mind when you're asking me what I want to do, like if you can be like, hey, I'm going to ask you next while you're talking to a different person. So like initiative is going to be great for me because I'm going to know right when I'm going to be in. You don't have to be like, because I'm autistic, right? Like you don't have to bring that up. You can say, hey, I'm a little sensitive to noise, so if we could try not to scream and yell, that would help me concentrate. You could find those things about you that will help you play that game and try to make it relevant to the game too, right? Like if I can't think of a good example. Try to make it relevant to the game. If you have a flavor to your diagnosis that just won't come up at the table, don't bring that into it. Stay as relevant as possible.
An example around the table that I have is it appears in other people's conversations that when one person says a phrase or a statement, everyone around them knows what they mean. And in my experience, I often will hear something and I will come up with like 5 interpretations, what that might mean. And I have to do a lot of like laborious follow-up to make sure we're communicating effectively. And inside of Dungeons and Dragons, that is actually incredibly important, so that as the dungeon master, I don't make any assumptions that are incorrect about what a person was intending, or vice versa. So I'll often have to not lead with, well, I have autism and I have this struggle, but I do have this particular experience where I come up with multiple interpretations, and like that feedback will probably look like X, Y, or Z, and is that cool? And if not, what can we do to make that a little smoother? So that's kind of what an example of a experience like that around the table might look like.
I have a particular set of skills that will make communication between us easier. I'm going to ask you clarifying questions, and you tell me which one is correct, or if none of them are correct, tell me what is correct. It's incredibly helpful.
You've used the voice, though.
it's incredibly helpful. I can't do Liam Neeson. I just can't. I cannot do a Liam Neeson.
Is that what you were trying to do?
No, I was definitely specifically not trying to do a Liam Neeson because I
Oh.
can't do Liam Neeson.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
But
Nailed not doing it.
I was just trying to sound, ominous and threatening, vaguely. But this is something that my boss and I have talked about frequently. That a lot of y'all in the neurotypical community could learn a lot
Heck
from
yes.
communicating with autistic folks in your life. Like, you want to talk about people who know how to be clear and
Yeah.
specific.
Mm-hmm.
You will learn a lot from communicating effectively with your autistic friends, and it is a skill that will serve you well at the gaming table. Like, my boss jokes about the fact that learning to communicate with the near pedantic level of specificity that I need for the same reason as Jared, because I'm like, okay, I can think of 5 definitions for that word.
Pick your favorite. Yeah.
Which one are you referring to? Well, what are you thinking of? Well, there's one that's archaic from like the 1840s. Not that one. Okay.
Yep.
Flosculation, not a word. Got it. Okay. And learning how to patiently wade through that so there's fewer miscommunications. That's a skill that, I mean, if you can learn to accommodate our needs in that respect, you will be so much better at communicating as a whole. And I'm very thankful that the groups I was playing with in my teens, that this was long before my diagnosis, they were just accepting of differences in communication and needs. And it's one of the things that made it so comfortable telling them, and almost a little embarrassing, because they were like, yes, and we knew. Like, well, nobody told me.
I had somebody ask me, they were like, you do specific things when you GM, and I know they're because you're autistic, but can I do them too? I'm not autistic, but I think they're really helpful. And I was
They really are. You're so good.
Yes. I was like, if you find anything that I've done helpful, you don't have to be autistic to use this skill set. And I think that happens. I've definitely had bosses be like, you taught me something very important that I'm going to do with everybody now.
This sounds really
you are
similar.
So specific in your communication. It's wonderful.
This sounds really similar
I really
to
wish
asking.
you'd said no to that person. Sorry.
They
I
could,
just
they
really
can't use
wanted
them.
you to
Just
say,
no.
yeah, no.
Absolutely
sorry.
not.
They're just for autistic people. Yeah.
So
If you don't have the rainbow infinity tattoo, you can't do it.
Ooh, I don't have that.
That's a high standard. That's like several steps above. That's a lot. This is sounding a lot like asking for accommodations at work or at school, right? When you're talking about accommodations at work or at school, you don't have to disclose a particular diagnosis. You can specifically say, I struggle with these areas, or I'm asking for these particular accommodations. The second way that I'm realizing this is kind of lining up with that same accommodation space is many of the accommodations that people can request at work or at school, like having extended time on tests or having a quiet space to do their tests or to do their work, help prioritizing the tasks, are accommodations that would actually benefit most people were they provided more regularly. Are there any, you have mentioned several different things around the table, around specifics around communication, but are there any other tools that you think should be used more broadly across tabletop games, whether those games are with neurotypical or neurodivergent individuals?
Yes.
Tools.
Yeah, safety tools for absolutely.
Check-ins.
Definitely session
Multiple
zeros.
modes of communication.
Always.
Mm-hmm.
You're describing setting clear expectations that
Yes.
we can trust, and if we deviate from, would probably result in a conversation to reestablish expectations.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Those
almost
Sounds
like
lovely.
establishing a framework in which we can all collaborate and communicate with relative
Agree upon
safety
ahead
and
of time
understanding.
without having to guess what people are thinking.
Y'all say this with a tone like, holy moly, why are we not all doing this? It's really dumb that we're not.
Not everybody does it.
But you're right.
A year ago, and we didn't have any safety tools, and I was super confused the whole time, and I stopped the game and was like, for the love of all things shiny, what is this game about? And I got kicked out, like, because I was being difficult. So I wish all games were set up this way so that I could I could just play in them and people don't ask me weird questions when I use them as a GM.
So it sounds like what you're specifically asking for in games and that you think would be broadly helpful are a session 0 where everybody gets on the same page about what is and is not going to happen in the game, including things like these are topics I'm willing to talk about and these are topics I don't want to see in the game, as well as safety tools, which might include a way to communicate to the rest of the players that you feel uncomfortable, you need to take a break, or that you'd like to change topics, as well as a way to continue to communicate with people, whether that be via text as well as chat, whether that is email or carrier pigeon, right? Whatever those extra modes are, so that if someone is struggling for whatever reason to communicate via a particular mode, that they have those other options. Which again, I play with people all the time where their internet stops working or the video lags, or we have these other challenges in which having that secondary mode is really, really valuable. Anything else that y'all would want to add to that list? Other than, it sounds like the final thing that I heard was checking in. Like session 0 doesn't just happen at the beginning. You should have these regular check-ins to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah. Get feedback from each other. I mean,
your arcs, your story will have natural arcs to it. You know, use those moments to be like, we still having fun. I ask my players that a lot, actually, probably too much. Do we want more puzzles? Do we want to kill more stuff? Do we want to talk at each other more? You know.
So
I just want to stay with the communication one just for a second, because like it's not just when the internet goes down, right? Like it's like, you know, there's some sensory stuff going on outside my window and I'm not going to be able to use my words for a while. And so I'm going to use, I need to talk to just the DM. So I'm going to use this stream to do that. Or I need to talk to everyone. Can everyone pay attention to the chat box for a while? Because I'm not going to be using words to communicate. We don't have to still privilege the spoken word, right? Especially when we're playing remotely, it's even easier. What can we do when we're playing together in those situations? How can we set that up so that it doesn't feel like drama? You know, like it's just like, you know what, y'all, can I just scribble my answers for a while? Can I write them? Or, you know, what are we going to do when we're in the same room together? So that it's really, really accepted that sometimes I have words and other times I don't.
Yeah. I haven't figured that piece out yet, but I want to figure it out.
It's hard,
Yeah,
and
it
I
is
don't
hard.
think if anyone has figured it out, please get in touch because we're still all learning and like genuinely want to get better at this.
I've worked with GMs who will work with me on days I'm nonverbal, and I'll use chat and stuff. And I certainly work with my players when they want to incorporate that. But I want to get better at it. So yeah, any suggestions is wonderful.
And one of those pieces means waiting, and it means being patient. And so if you can play with a group where even if it's not about communication, but it's possible to just say, I need a minute, or can you just give me a minute while I think about this? And so being comfortable with that waiting time, we don't have to fill that silence. Sometimes, other times, can you come back to me? I don't want the silence. It's going to feel awkward. But I need a little longer. So can someone fill this gap? But being able to say, I need longer. And then the other thing, of course, you know, for those of us with attention differences is, so yeah, I completely missed the last 3 minutes. Can anyone run me through that again? And being patient with each other for that. So those pieces are really a big deal. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I've in pure, you know, executive functioning hilarity. There's so many things you've said. I'm like, oh, writing it down, remembering it later. Well, this feeds into it. One of the things I'd love everybody watching this panel to think about, regardless of if you're neurodivergent, neurotypical, whatever, think about how the expectations you have going into a game affect your level of patience. And I think a lot of us, and my anecdotal observation is even those of us who are autistic have been socialized to certain neurotypical expectations of socialization.
Right.
So, you know, when setting different expectations from the beginning at least in my experience, has been really helpful, especially for someone who really needs routine. Um, Me going in knowing that, hey, so and so may need a little extra time. Cool, great, fine. Um, so and so may need to use asynchronous forms of communication like text or DMs or the flashcards in person are really wonderful index cards. I keep a stack on me at all times for private communication between players. But setting different expectations and also challenging your own expectations for what is normal. I have a big soapbox I will get on that I think normal is an underutilized and misunderstood word. We get in trouble with the word normal because we attach a moral value to it as opposed to a statistical number, because that's really all it is.
Yeah.
And if we start saying normal, good, abnormal, bad, one, we miss out on some wonderful abnormal experiences in life that are statistically abnormal. But two, we start judging people who act outside of our expected version of normal instead of pushing the boundary on acceptability because numbers. And so set those, for me, set those expectations as early as possible and review them. See how they're working.
I would say normal's anathema to D&D. I think tabletop role-playing games create a space where you get to explore variant behaviors, right? Like that's one of the reasons
love that.
I love it.
That's wonderful.
I mean, I think that's why I like it. I think that's why I like it for our young people. I think that's why it's great for our sense of self, is because it's this place where you can try these things out and
you can learn things
express these things
that are lower risk. I was explaining this to a friend of mine the other day, and I was like, okay, would you rather your kid learn that it's bad to punch somebody on the playground or in a Dungeons and Dragons game? And she was like, pardon? And I was like, let's say you've got your kid and somebody shoves their friend, and then your kid is like, I don't like that, and like shoves the first guy. Right? You're going to get into a fight. The authorities are going to get involved. Your kid's going to be labeled a bad kid, and get all those dumb labels that will follow her around forever. Now imagine she's in a D&D game, and one of the non-player characters shoves one of the player characters that she's playing with, and she takes offense to that. They get into a fight, and they go to jail, and there's all these world consequences that if you have a GM that knows what they're doing, they can explain what those consequences could be. The kid learns because there's impact, right? You sit a kid in a chair and say, don't punch people because it's bad. You're not going to have the same impact as if they're playing in that game and really participating and engaged in that world, and suddenly their world has been affected by their actions. So play board games. Don't punch your friends or
Don't punch your friends.
Punch NPCs, not friends.
No, don't punch anybody. No punching.
I want to hear, Jared, I want to hear what you've got to say. I have got a couple of other accommodations that I thought it would be good to highlight, though. Do you want to go
Virginia,
first?
but I think I need a more specific prompt, because I've just been like,
What's the question?
Well,
I think we've gone off question.
Well, I mean, I think we were talking about like accommodations, what works for us, what do we wish was in the real world. For me, there's one of the things that Shauna does is has a list, and I copy her now because it's really good right at the beginning, where I ask everyone if they've got what they need. And I completely plagiarized you. But it's really, really helpful. And for me, like, I have a popcorn brain. Like, there's always 10 ideas popping at once, or I'm not a linear thinker even remotely, and so lists really help me. And so at the beginning of the game, does everyone have their dice? Do they have water? Do they have pen and paper?
Character sheet.
What else do you ask them?
Character sheet.
Yeah, character sheet. And so that's really helpful. And I also, my DM screen is covered in lists, or if I'm playing remotely, I have like 20 different prompts, and I'll be like, this for this, and this for this, and this for this. But that's it helps me, because when you're talking, popcorn, that's all that's happening. And so, those sorts of things are really helpful for me. I also really appreciate in our games, because of session zero and because of our communication alternatives, I think that we are honest with each other and we don't take it personally. And so that's probably a little bit special about the group that we play with, but just that ability to say, actually, I'm not doing great right now, or I'm not comfortable with this right now. And, those sorts of pieces are really helpful, I think, because those of us in the game who are autistic, we sort of have this agreement and this shared understanding that just stuffing it down and being polite at the expense of our regulation or sense of safety is illogical. So we're not going to do it. And it's an agreement with that we have, if that makes sense. I also find I need fidget, and I have fidget necklaces. I collect fidget necklaces now. But when I was first discovering fidget necklaces, and I have a different set of headphones where the mic's down here, my very understanding DM had to say to me, like, friend,
Please don't
you should put
do
those
that.
fidgets down. Because it was really
I think
bad.
I sent you like a billion links for fidgets that very moment. I was like, I love you. Please fidget with anything else.
Except for the thing right next to your
the
Except
microphone.
the thing that makes the noise, and I was about to rub my
Yeah.
microphone to do the noise,
don't
but
do
I'm
that.
not
Oh
going
my
to do
God.
that.
That was me.
Hang on.
Yeah, and then
Virginia,
the other thing that
Virginia, you're listing hard, and I'm gonna gently interrupt you and see if Jared wanted to interject anything.
That was a very helpful list, Virginia. Now I feel like I'm on the same page. And that feeds into like some of the things that I need when playing Dungeons and Dragons, or really interacting with other humans. Is like I'm kind of anxious by default. I'm worried that I'm missing something that everyone else understands.
Yep.
And I want to make sure that I'm on the same page and like do it right. And so, like, one of the things I really like about playing Dungeons and Dragons, and especially dungeon mastering or game mastering, is that like I understand the outline for today's session. Between sessions, they typically have like ritualistic behaviors or activities that always happens. Like for example, in my Game to Grow groups, there's like opening questions and checkout questions that we can kind of expect for like gearing up and unwinding. I really like setting expectations and contingency plans around any accommodations that may need to arise within games, or like I think that's a fair way to put it. Both for the game master and for the player. I think Shona, you spoke to this a minute ago, but establishing a culture of transparency and direct communication is really important to me. To me, that's what trust is. If when you speak, I can take that at face value, and I don't have to do a lot of extra gymnastics to understand what you mean. Or if I do, I can be direct about that and get my needs met, more or less.
My friend describes that as 4D chess.
The guesswork that you're just like
the mental arithmetic you have to do to figure out what that person just said.
Which can be a fun game if you're in the mood. But
I'm
largely,
never in the mood.
I find impractical. Yeah. I think the fidget thing is interesting because I'm not even aware of it, but you can see me gesturing sometimes and my pen comes into play, because that's largely my fidget object. I am doing this or clicking my pen constantly, and that's because it helps me be a little bit more present and engaged because I'm a little bit anxious. So it's like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and the foot that's out is distracted by something kind of unimportant. I'm just free associating. I don't.
You did a great job answering the question and actually leading us into the next question, which was, what drew you to the role of game master? This is a whole panel of game masters. So what drew you to that role?
I start because I'm kind of already like I'm talking.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. I really like the sense of control that I have as the game master. I've been the player, and it is fun to be the player. It is fun to problem solve in novel situations, but with that, for me, comes a pretty considerable bit of tension with it. When something is not wholly described, or I am missing pieces. And I already told you what it's like for me in conversation, where I'm coming up with all these different interpretations of what things could mean. That tension can be really hard to hold as a player for me. It's good for me. It's really great practice for social interactions. But where I get the most joy is game mastering, because I understand under the hood everything that's going on in the world and the narrative. You know, barring the L turn that my players absolutely will take.
It will turn left.
Yeah, and so to me, that is what draws me to game mastering. Is I have like it's something that like is more predictable and makes more sense for me, and also kind of related to that anxiety. I don't feel the same pressure to perform as a game master, which is really ironic,
Yeah.
because I am anxious. I do want to do a good job, but I am spinning so many plates simultaneously. I really don't have time for those experiences like I do in other interactions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Shona. Maybe I don't need to elaborate further, but
I'm making noises for our blind and low vision viewers so that they know we're all still here and supporting you.
thank you. I said that because I don't know how to elaborate further at this time, and when you gave me some indicator that
Yes.
sounded good,
You
I
did.
felt
Good
like
job.
yes.
Yeah. I think that's a
We're
good
doing
sign.
it now, by the way, everybody.
I can
Very
elaborate a
clear
little bit on
communication.
that.
Yeah.
Because you made me realize, Jared, as you've been talking about this, I wanted to answer this question initially with, but there's truth there, but there's also a reversal of expectations. That when I'm the DM, I'm no longer autistic in a neurotypical world. Y'all are in my world.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm not a fish out of water. You're in my world. Much like Jared said, I understand all the nuances of my world.
Right.
And it's a truly unique experience to suddenly to not have the same constant worry that I'm not getting something, that this is going to be the social interaction. That's not a huge problem, but 2 months down the line, somebody's going to tell me that they're really angry. They were really angry for a little bit until they realized I was just being autistic. Because
That's my
that is a
favorite conversation.
well, that's for those of you who aren't aware, that is a really common experience for a lot of us on the spectrum, that we have been literally told our entire lives we're doing things wrong socially. Because if we go with the medical model, that's literally that's a major symptom.
With no specificity so that we can actually fix that social interaction, just for the
Right.
record.
Because it's stuff we're supposed to know how to do, but we have a literal disability around it.
Yep.
And so a lot of us end up developing this pervasive anxiety that even with the people we're quote safe around, this is going to be the interaction we mess up because there's something we missed and we won't know for months. And it's going to be a big deal, or it's going to build and it's going to ruin a relationship, it's going to ruin a friendship or whatever. And this is a fear that I personally am constantly living with. And a lot of my friends who are autistic say the same thing. And when I'm the DM, y'all are in my world. None of that is existing.
Makes sense. I started doing it because I wanted people to hang out with me. And if I could tell a good story, then they would keep coming back to my house to play games with me. So I rope people into being in my games so that I can sometimes pretend I have friends. And I know that's a common thing for some autistic GMs as well.
There was a lot there in that statement for me, Shona.
I
was so
swear, if you
excited. I
tell
think
me
I'm interrupting you.
I'm pretending to be your friend, I am going to travel and I am going to find you and I'm going to cook you a very nice dinner and remind you that you are lying.
Everybody else caught that threatening tone there for all those nice things he said, right? Like, did I pick that up correctly?
I am going to come be so nice at you.
Okay, so Virginia, why did you start being a GM?
Wait, can I respond to Shona real quick?
Yeah.
Because Shona, you said a couple of things that stood out to me, and one was like, I want to have like friends, and in my experience with Dungeons and Dragons, everybody wants to play and nobody wants to dungeon master.
Yeah.
And in my own personal experience, I'm really interested in rules and mechanics about
I like world
I just
building.
like games
Yeah.
broadly, and I'm drawn to this position because I have a high level of persnickety interest in exactly how this works. Not even following the rules to a T, but just like
Right.
how this works broadly.
Yeah.
That makes like running a game really, really interesting. And even that little bit about like how everyone will come back to your house. That's my safe space.
Oh, my
If I had to
house.
pick between my house or your house, it's my
Damn.
house every time.
Yeah.
And I got as the game master, let me host.
You can play in my
Please.
damn house, damn it.
Yeah.
I have the best snacks. Yeah, it's also like I love world building. So being able to tell stories collaborate together is one of my very favorite things. And I used to do that when I was a writer when I was younger, as I would always bounce my ideas off people and the story would grow. So this is a completely socially acceptable way to do that, and I love it very, very much. It also involves a lot of organization, which I adore, and making stuff up on the spot, which I'm really learning to love more when you guys turn left
I
instead
think,
of right
which we do.
all
I
the
think
time.
though, I mean, I'm trying to remember, totally going to name drop now, when I was chatting to Matt Mercer.
Oh.
But I, but
Hmm.
but he started playing because it was his way of cultivating a safe friendship group, and he started DMing because such similar reasons, you know. And
There
it's
are
like
agreed upon social rules for this thing.
there's it's a
Harder to mess
completely
up.
okay reason for
Yeah.
starting to play and starting to DM. Especially I think in the noxious environment of American schools, says the
Yes.
person with the British accent. But
We've got kids
you
in
know
American schools.
what attracted me to DMing at first, it's not my comfortable space. At first it was supporting my neurodivergent child and creating a safe space for him, because social skills groups and the behavioral strategies at school were breaking him. And this was a place where he was thriving and his quirky friends thriving and staying at the table, even though they were under pressure and all of those different things. And so that's the reason I started it, was because parenting. Why do I still do it? It's still hard for me. I get really, really anxious. I have a truckload of imposter syndrome around it. But I really enjoy when everyone leans in because of the story you're telling. It's like my favorite. So I really, really love that moment, even if I'm like a little bit of a mess with all the rules and everything. That moment when you sort of see people go, oh, and then they're in there with you, that is incredibly rewarding for me.
Do any of the rest of you ever have that moment where you're DMing, and especially I plan very little. I plan as absolutely little as I can. And but do you ever have that moment, especially if you've got like working memory issues like I do and processing speed issues like I do, where something happens, everybody's really excited, you're going with it, you're not entirely sure how you got there, you're not entirely sure what decisions led up to this moment, but everybody is so having fun. And everyone's like, "Oh my God, that was amazing! That was an amazing session." And you're like, "Yeah, cool, okay,
Yeah, that happens to me a lot, actually. I used to overplan. I used to spend hours and hours and hours planning this, and when my players went left instead of right, it used to completely throw me. And actually, the group that I play with Virginia, completely destroyed my ability to plan anything ever. And there were so many sessions where I would be like there was a session where I was like, the only way you can get on the train is to go through the back door. And I set it up so clearly. They tried every other way to get on that train possible. We spent 6 sessions. In one session, somebody stole a dress and sicked a bunch of bees on somebody, and there was a foot race. And I spent the entire session being like, this happens now. And everybody was super excited about it. And I ended the session and I turned to my husband and I was like, I do not know if that was successful in any way, shape, or form. It was a turning point for me.
As the person who stole the dress, it was a super successful session.
We were worst. But what I found really interesting with it is it was a turning point for me to really figure out what did I need as a GM to run the game, and that was to really understand the world. So I really it was
Yes.
something I'd been doing that I thought I had to obsessively plan out, but what I realized worked better because I do have working memory problems, and instead of being nose deep in a book trying to figure out who said what when and what the names of things were, I can make it up on the spot and keep the game going a little easier. And because I have a really good world building memory, I know where that NPC is, and if you turn left instead of right, you might run into them and that kind of thing. So
I actually kick that over to my players a lot because for two reasons. One, it puts less pressure on me as a DM or GM, and two, the amount of investment it creates in my players for them to
naming stuff.
name NPCs,
I should
for
do that more.
them
Yeah.
to describe what they see. It
Yeah.
makes it a more immersive experience for everybody, and it
Yeah.
truly makes it a more collaborative experience.
I'm letting go of control things as I evolve as a GM, and so that's one of the things I should probably let go of. But the NPCs my players love the best are the ones that I have to make up on the spot. So I don't really plan them out anymore. I mean, one of my characters is dating one of the NPCs now. Like, I can't, and I made that one up on the spot. So
That's awesome. We've got just a couple of minutes left before we need to. I know y'all are really good at talking, and so I just kind of sit here and watch you answer my questions before I can ask them. It works out great.
Meanwhile, the urge to apologize for being too verbose is like,
Yeah, no, you don't get to apologize when you just answered the questions before I asked them. So your expert panel level, I think, is what we're at here. But I do want to ask kind of a closing question before we jump into where people can find you, which is, do you have kind of a final piece of advice that you would give to the autistic GMs or aspiring GMs watching today?
Make mistakes. Be comfortable making mistakes. Set up an environment where you can make mistakes safely. And what I mean is, if you make a mistake, make sure you're in an environment where someone will tell you and will give you specifics so that you cannot make that mistake again. I think it's very important that you're able to be in an environment where you can safely make a mistake, because that means you're going to tell the most amazing stories and you're going to have the most fun because you're going to feel safe with something that's already going to happen.
Yeah, if you're in a safe environment, not just permission, but encouragement to do some things wrong.
Yeah.
And calibrate if you're unsatisfied.
Calibrate.
Yeah. Similarly, I like to surround myself with players and just other tabletop RPG folks who understand the difference between brutal honesty and supportive honesty.
Yes.
There's so many people who are going to you're going to run into who pride themselves on being brutally honest, and I'm like, why? All that tells me is you don't care. And versus those who I trust enough that if they're telling me something that has some negative overtones, I trust that they're doing it for the right reasons, because one, they believe in me, that they believe we can all make this a better experience, and two, they're not going anywhere. They're still going to be my friend.
Yeah.
I would say choose a world that suits you.
Yeah.
You don't have to play 5th edition D&D if that's not going to work for your brain, as well as some of the other amazing worlds that are out there. And there are so many. Like, you like Labyrinth, you're going to be able to play Labyrinth if that's what you want. You know, if you're a hardcore David Bowie, go Labyrinth. Like, what is your interest? What is it that's going to help you like really feel that kind of flow and the stuff that we all have been talking about, less so me, but you know, that ability to kind of turn on a dime in the world. Choose a world where you're going to be comfortable doing that, and it's going to, you know. And so my favorite world to play in is the Humble world, and I'll do that again and again and again and again forever. That's what that, you know, it's so fun. Who doesn't want to be an animal?
My owl is the cutest owl.
Well, your twin sister owl,
and my twin sister's owl is equally cute.
But so I would say, you know, you don't have to do like a classic version, and you don't listen to the guy that tells you actually you have to do second edition. Like, find the thing you want to do and do that. And if you can, encourage the people around the table and find a friend. Like, if you have a brain like mine, having a rules scholar is really helpful for me. Someone
I
where
won't
I
play
can
anymore
go,
without a rules scholar.
but don't have a rules lawyer. Like, they're not allowed, right? So
That
that's
is.
someone who's going to go da da da,
Yeah.
and you don't really want that. You want to set up that expectation of like, I need a resource, but you know what? If I go off template, that's just the way it
That's
is
okay.
in this game right now, and we're not gonna call people out on that. So flexibility, resources, and a world that you're comfortable with.
The last thing I'll add to that is if you're in a game that is unsafe, you are allowed to leave,
100%.
and please
There's
do.
there's a game group that will match your needs because you will match theirs.
There are a lot of people playing TTRPGs. You'll learn something new every time you do. But if there's somebody that just please don't stay in a game that's unsafe.
There's definitely a group out there that is missing your presence and would benefit from it.
Yeah.
If I could add one piece of advice to autistic GMs or aspiring GMs. It's the same thing, which is practice your communication skills. Everyone on this panel is pretty good at communication, and we are not done. I think that is like more of a values thing. Like, you can always keep brushing up, because like muscles, it will atrophy. But if you do want to brush up, find a YouTube video, get a self-help book, talk to a person that you like. Just practice. Permission to do it wrong. And if you're not sure if you're doing it right, leverage clarifying questions. This is the message I intended to send to you. Is that what you received? What did you hear? That's not what I meant. Like, go back until that iteration is correct, and then move forward.
Thank y'all so much. This has been an amazing panel, and I'm guessing that everybody in the audience is going to want to find you and know what other cool stuff you're doing. So I'm going to have us go in the same order that we did for introductions, because that's straightforward. So I will go quickly first. Game to Grow is an amazing organization. You should absolutely look us up. We have a really cool training specifically for therapeutically applied role-playing games for mental health professionals coming up in September. We also have some on-demand options as well. We also have trainings for educators and community members, and we run groups using D&D and Minecraft for individuals all over the world through the power of the internet. So check us out at www.gametogrow.org or on Twitter and Facebook and all the places at GameToGrow. Jared, why don't you kick the rest of everybody off?
Well, I was sitting here cocky thinking everything you just said is what I could just go ditto to. And everything Elizabeth said, ditto. But if you want to find Elizabeth and I directly, you can find us at our shared Twitter account at Drs. Kilmer. Twitter.
So I will also add on to that we Game to Grow has a really fun Discord, and that's one of the places you can find me. You can find me everywhere as like7spoon, with the 7 spelled out as a word. I'm on Twitter. You can talk to me on Twitter. I will not talk to you on Instagram. So Twitter's where you're going to want to find me there, or the Discord, where we have a lot of fun.
You can find me on Twitter at Spielwoman with 2 N's on the end. It's a hilarious play on my last name. On Facebook, that's where I really talk about the sensory stuff and child development, and not a lot of the other pieces. So if you are interested in that, bringing up neurodivergent children, those sorts of pieces, I'm there. And where else can you find me? Buy the Critical Core box set. Obviously, the digital set's really amazing, and it's particularly good if you're scared of getting started with therapeutically applied role-playing games, or if you are familiar with role-playing games but you're scared of using them with younger people who have neurodivergent communication style.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry, I'm gonna jump in. I'm so sorry, Dr. B. I'm running a panel this time, and it's called "We Need Wheelchairs in D&D, Disability Representation," and it's pretty much what it sounds like. It's going to be very fun, so look for that in the schedule, because I do not remember when it is. Go ahead, Dr. B.
Well, you can find me on most socials at the Dr. B. That's TheeDoctor. B as in boy. You can find me there on Twitter. You can find me there on Instagram. You can follow me on Twitch for a fantastically quiet chill. Get your projects done. Study stream
Very
because
good
we
stream.
hold each other accountable. Mostly for me, but other people as well, because there's stuff I got to work on. But you can also find me every Tuesday at 11 a.m. Pacific time on the award-winning Champions of Psychology stream at Codename Entertainment's Twitch. And of course, follow Take This org for all things mental health related and gaming that I do.
Bye, everybody.
Bye!
That's my man throwing down.
welcome to Am I Geek Enough? People of Marginalized Genders in Gaming. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Kilmer, and I am the Director of Education and Training at Game to Grow. We're so excited to have you here today. Game to Grow is a 501c3 nonprofit that is dedicated to the use of games of all kinds for therapeutic, educational, and community growth. In particular, we're most well known for our groups that utilize Dungeons and Dragons, as well as our groups that use Minecraft to support social skills in adolescents as well as adults. We also have a full training program that teaches individuals to use therapeutically applied role-playing games. I am really excited about this panel today, and I want to let our panelists introduce themselves, in addition to those kind of general things that you want to know about panelists, like their names and their pronouns and where they're coming from. I also am going to ask them to tell us what their favorite game that they've been playing recently is. Jay Justice, will you kick us off?
Sure. Hi, I'm Jay Justice. I'm a gamer, a cosplayer, editor, consultant, accessibility coordinator. I do a lot of stuff in gaming and comic books and literature. I'm also the co-director and co-founder of LGBTHQ that provided before the pandemic. Promotion and support for queer game developers and comic book creators and artists and just anyone who wanted to make art and share it with the community. My favorite game right now is probably Mass Effect 2 because I just love the branching storylines and like the different things that you as a character can decide that affect everyone around you, and just being able to share that with other people who played the game and finding out about other shepherds and other choices, and just it's a game that changed the way I looked at games, and I've been playing it over and over and over for years.
Cool. I'm J number 2. I'm Jay Lynn. My pronouns are they and them. I am the programs manager at Feminist Frequency, which is a nonprofit working to end abuse in the games industry. We also do like media criticism, and we also run the Games and Online Harassment Hotline, which is a free, confidential, text message-based emotional support hotline for anyone who makes or plays games. And favorite game right now, I'm currently playing Mini Motorways, which is just so delightful and I think such a successful like spiritual successor to the developer's previous game, Mini Metro. It's just so pleasant and perfect on the aesthetic and minimal and just beautiful. I'm also playing Enter the Gungeon, which is an older game, but it's like a bullet hell roguelike dungeon crawler, and I'm usually not so much on the gun theme around stuff, but this one's really cute and actually it really charms me. So I've been playing a bunch of Into the Gungeon with my girlfriend, who's much better at it than I am. But yeah, those are the games on my radar currently.
Hey everybody, I'm Dr. Sarah Hayes. I go by she, her pronouns, and I work for lots of different orgs. I work as a clinical contributor for Take This, a 501c3 nonprofit that aims to educate and advocate for mental health in the games industry and community. I also work as the mentorship lead and co-host of the After Dark segment of Queer Women of Esports, which is an org that hopes to uplift and be in the effort of inclusivity in competitive gaming. And then I'm a remote clinician for the Seattle, Washington area. A game that I've been super into right now is actually Slime Rancher. I think it's an Xbox or PC release. It's so much fun and it's so cute and it's so relaxing. So that's my like chill game.
Hello, my name is Tyler Palermo. I use she and they pronouns, and I'm a guild leader at the Dots RPG project, where we focus on bringing accessibility into gaming, primarily for people with visual impairments, but for anything we can get our hands on to try to improve the world where we can. We have a big focus on making Braille dice and educating people on digital accessibility for PDFs with screen readers and any other physical aids we can bring to the table to make it possible for people to get into a game where they otherwise wouldn't be able to. I also do sensitivity reading and transcription, a lot of just general accessibility work for the community. And the game I've been playing a lot of lately is Slay the Spire. I am blind myself, so it's surprising that I'm able to play it, but there's an incredible mod that's been released that makes it possible to do in like a command prompt kind of setting. So it's a neat tool that lets me access a game I wouldn't otherwise have.
Thank you all so much for being here. And also, I'm really excited to put most of the games that you mentioned on my list. I have been playing a lot of Mass Effect 2 as well. Today we're going to be talking a little bit about everyone's experience in games and gaming, as well as how gender identity plays a role and kind of intersects with some of those experiences. So to kick it off, why do you game? Are there particular motivations or interests that lead you to one type of game or another?
Do you want to answer first? Or not really?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Sure. That's a great question. I game for fun. I also game, I play a lot of games that I can play with other people. So community is a really big thing for me. When I was playing Destiny 2 with my partner, I learned that you could play through the story missions together, and we went out and bought a second PlayStation that night, which was a questionable financial decision for two graduate students at the time, but has been awesome. And so community building is something that's really important to me, and being able to play through, and I like team sports, but video games.
Oh, that's awesome. What first got me into games, like, I mean, past the whole, like, when you're a kid and playing with your cousins, it's definitely a thing that you do with other people, and like, it just makes you feel like you belong, and like it's like a team building exercise, but like for learning how to socialize, learning how to be a person in the community as a child. And then as I got older and I got really into comic books and stuff, I started playing video games like X-Men Legends because it reminded me of the stories that I liked. And then I realized that video games were just another way of telling stories. And so the games that really have deep lore and take you on a journey that lets you get outside of your own head, outside of your own house, outside of your own town, those are the games that made me get really into gaming, and I never looked back. And so now it's hard for me to kind of like get into games where the lore isn't in the game. It's on YouTube in videos, or it's somewhere else that you have to read. I'm like, give me something where I can click on something in the game and read the codex right there. I want to have a deeper understanding of these characters while I'm playing the game, not later on whatever.net. Like, I really want to be able to fully experience it that way, because to me that's why I game now. It's not just about like connecting, although I love games where you can do multiplayer and co-op and stuff, but like I want to be able to enjoy it by myself because I'm interacting with the game and not just with other people. So that's what makes me really go, yes, this is the game I want. What about you, Jalen?
I don't really know how to answer this question. It feels so big. Like
It's vague on purpose, so feel free to narrow it down if you'd like.
Yeah. I don't know that I remember a moment like choosing to game. I mean, I guess like growing up being like perceived and raised as a girl, I wasn't necessarily like invited to play games like by my parents or through gifts or other like friends and stuff until I was a little older, like high school age. I had male friends and partners kind of bring me into the fold, which I think is pretty common just because young girls are often not gifted games or encouraged to play. But yeah, but since then, I've always played games. I've never like not played games. Even through like really bad stuff that like happened in games or games communities, like it's just always been a part of my life. And yeah, I mean, I think it's such a really unique space to practice like agency and get fulfillment. Like I feel like I accomplish things. I love a to-do list. So quest logs, it just brings me a lot of satisfaction and stuff like that. I think like over my life, I guess I've played so many different types of games. I've been in different phases of before I wasn't allowed to have a computer as a kid because my parents were actually trying to discourage me from playing games, and so I could only play like flash games that you didn't have to download and stuff like that, or like RuneScape, which is like you could like log in. And anyways, I eventually got into like esports, which is very like social and connected and competitive, and that was a lot of my life. For a while, I was playing Dota back when it was on Warcraft 3, and after a while, I stopped playing esports for a variety of reasons. And I'm kind of been in a indie games phase where I just like play a whole bunch of indie games, and those are primarily more single player. And those have been fun because I don't know, especially when I was playing Dota so much, like I just couldn't play any other game. So I like it does feel cool to I don't know, get to experience so many different worlds, like Jay Justice was saying. And so yeah, but recently I've been kind of getting a Dota itch again. So maybe I'm on the cusp of a new era. We'll see.
I think you made a really good point that I hadn't considered, and it just occurred to me that the only access I had to games was through male relatives who were gifted the PlayStation or the not even that, like the GameCube or whatever, and I got like, you know, a typewriter or something, and I'm like, it wasn't that I wasn't into games, it was that I didn't have a job and my own money until I was old enough, and then I finally got a PS2. Oh my gosh,
Well, and
that's literally, yep, girls don't get to have games. Oh my
our
gosh.
access can change too. I know that I played a lot of games with my dad and my brother when I was younger. I played a lot of Age of Mythology and Civ and Riven, and I loved those games, and Battlezone. And then when my brother and I stopped getting along quite as well, like end of middle school, high school, I lost access to games because they were all my brothers. Now, I think if I'd gone to my parents and said, hey, I really want games too, they wouldn't have been like, no, you're not allowed. But you're absolutely right that the games were things that were gifted to him. His friends were playing. They'd have LAN parties all the time. And that wasn't something that I had as much access to.
See, I received games. I was able to play games growing up. I recall at first playing things like, and this is going to date me, y'all, but like N64 and the NES with my brother, and I was always player 2 because that's older sibling dynamic, right? But I growing up, I had a Wii. We played, like, I was steered, of course, towards things that my parents felt were appropriate to age. So I played a lot of Mario Party, a lot of like Sims. I have memories of playing Putt Putt. I think that was like my first video game. But I think my approach to type of game was twofold growing up and now. When I was younger, I loved stories, much like what has been mentioned by both of our lovely Jays here, but I honestly like the experience of like an engaged novel, a story, an adventure that I get to experience firsthand in that format, and it's a bit of escapism. But also, as I started approaching multiplayer gaming, I felt a lot of hesitancy because it too was through a lot of the boys in my life, the men in my life, and boyfriends and male friends. And I felt like if I couldn't compete with them or be better than them, I didn't want to play it because I didn't want them to make fun of me. So I wouldn't play those games with them. I would play things like Kingdom Hearts or solo, like campaign Halo, or things that felt more at home. And I would always lean back on my Nintendo games because they're way more fun. And I got into the DS for a long time and the 3D screen that totally probably messed up my eyes. But I leaned towards those other games because it felt safer than interacting and at the same time experiencing that like cliche of the girl gamer in high school, and everybody thought it was really hot that I worked at a car dealership and knew how to play video games. And so it was like I lived in that stereotype for a long time, and then eventually got introduced to multiplayer games with other like queers, other women, other NBs, and that shifted my experience. And now you'll find me regularly on Fortnite, or I've dabbled in Dota, I've dabbled in other games like that, and it's only because of those safe spaces I've gained with people who I identify closer to.
That's fascinating. We kind of have like opposite,
Yeah.
like, because I found my like queer and safer spaces and now only play like indie games. It's like a split, whereas I was playing like esports and stuff with not those types of communities. And also I recently replayed Putt Putt Goes to the Moon. Holds
oh
up.
my gosh.
Yeah.
Super great games. If you've never heard of Putt Putt, it's amazing. I had the one where you like Putt Putt gets ready for the fair or something, and you had to like make sure Putt Putt was the right color, and I don't know, it was great. I loved it.
I really resonate with what Jay said before about being motivated by achievements and lists. it definitely suits me very well, and I knew
Yes.
that very young, which is probably why I lean so heavily towards turn-based games, RPGs, more in the JRPG genre when I'm able to play them. But I started playing games very young. That might have had to do with like unexpected gender expression from my family, but also being blind, having very low vision at the time. But my family had the intention, like, hey, let's get let's get a Nintendo, an NES, and eventually a PlayStation, and it'll be like the family console. We'll all hang around and play together. They never touched it. I was the only one who ever used the thing, but it became my thing because I didn't have a whole lot of socialization when I was young, because of disability for the most part. But like when I didn't have friends, I always had my games I can come back to.
That's beautiful. I love gaming.
Oh.
Absolutely.
I know.
So
Yeah.
Sarah, you brought up something that I kind of want to touch on with the group, which is this kind of, I don't want to play these more competitive games with these people that aren't necessarily like safe in this way unless I am confident I can be better than them. I'm curious for the rest of the panelists if there are kind of any expectations you have around your own ability or gameplay. For example, are you, I know for myself, there have been times in which I'm like I've done a lot of PvE in Destiny, but moving into the PvP space or some of the more coordinated PvE places, like I didn't feel comfortable doing that until I felt like I was good enough, because I didn't want to just be another woman who is bad at video games. Has anybody else had any of those experiences, or are there any expectations that you've held, or some of those beliefs that you've had to work through over time?
I think the best part about being someone who, like, professionally and privately has made it their life's goal to dismantle the idea that marginalized people are contributing to some stereotype of like being less than by existing makes it really easy for me to not feel like I'm adding to the number of women who are bad at Destiny, but more like that I'm just playing Destiny and I'm going to have fun whether I'm good at it or not, because I don't think Joe or Jim Bob is worrying about being bad at it. So let's just go out and have a good time. So yeah, I love Destiny and I've played so much of it before. A lot of the new content is like, what is going on? So I haven't really gotten back into it. I've been doing other stuff, but I played the heck out of it last year. And raids are hard no matter how good you are, because it's all about being able to work together. And I think the skill of being able to coordinate something and to actually like reach a goal together is something that you can't be good at by yourself. So you can't blame one person for screwing up when it's literally you are a team. If we don't all know the plan before we've left the base, then we're all failing together. So let's just figure it out so we don't wipe for the third time tonight. At least that's how I look at it. What about you guys?
I feel like when I mentioned it, it was a lot of like it came from a place of self-doubt and belonging. Now I would probably concur much more with what Jay's sentiments are of like, I'm going in the game to have fun. You can do you. If you don't like it, you can go away. But that confidence wasn't there. And when I was trying to live the hetero life before I realized that I was queer, there was a lot of other pressures there of like, am I doing this right? What is living as a like, what is being straight? What is being that, on top of like being present in gaming, being present as someone who's good at it, and then the expectations that I'm imposing on other people to have of me, of like, if she can play video games, then she can really play video games, and how the quality of that is. And now, like with the work that so many of the orgs that are being represented here among this group, like we are saying that it shouldn't be a test or a checkpoint of can you game. It shouldn't be a test or a checkpoint of like, are you worthy to play with this team? It should be, can you communicate and can we achieve the thing? Yes. And then also, are you having fun? Because if not, then what's the point? But when I was younger, the point was to fit in and feel approved socially, which was harder. It's a harder standpoint, especially as a person who like didn't fit the stereotypical, what was assumed to be at the time the market for games, which now we know it isn't necessarily true, but at the time it was like, of course boys play games, not girls, which is untrue.
No, yeah, I hate
I
when
don't
they
know
use these
that.
fake stats against people to like make us not want to play games. Meanwhile, it's literally the population line is the line of gameplay. It's half and half. That's it.
Mhm.
Sorry, what were you saying, Jalen?
I was gonna say I don't know that I necessarily maybe had the consciousness around this at the time, especially when I was playing a lot more competitive games, like MOBAs and RTSs and stuff. I was just a lot younger. It's a while ago. But I will say, like, I think having been bad, like worse than like because I was a beginner, I like didn't know the game as well, and playing in that phase, and then having played the game for a couple of years and getting better and being better than a lot of the folks that I was around. I think the hate just kind of changed. Like I think maybe in some ways at that time I would have said it got easier when I was better, because people weren't saying like, oh, you suck because you're a girl. But it was like it became objectifying in a different way. Or it was like intimidating or upsetting to folks, that I don't know. It was like good at this game. It was like defying the image they wanted to have of me, or something like that. So it's really not a win case scenario in this situation. And so yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I ever had that type of mindset of like I need to be good enough in order to play. But I definitely think like an adjacent feeling is like just constantly worrying or feeling fear around being like a fake gamer. That has just been so prevalent throughout just all of everything. It definitely like comes up of like if I'm not, if I do just like play as a beginner, am I more likely to get called a fake gamer? Or like what types of games am I playing that will make me a real gamer or will make me a fake gamer? Or should I just lean into being the kind of stereotype or non-threatening, like, don't worry, I'm not very good at video games. Like, but I'm really cute, like, I don't know, like that type of stereotype. I've definitely done that before, kind of as like a defense mechanism. So I definitely think all of this is kind of shares a lot of the same threads of, I don't know, somehow having identity and existence being tied to how worthy you are to be even playing this game. Because video games, they are a skill. Some people get to practice earlier than others, right? Like we said, like who gets gifted games at a young age, and it is like skill is part of video games, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's again one of the things that's like really satisfying about video games. But the way that it shows up in gatekeeping around identity specifically, is the thing that makes feels really prickly, because I don't know, when people who aren't like vulnerable to gender-based harassment just start out at a game and suck because you suck when you start a game. It's never kind of turned on them around their identity, at least around gender.
Absolutely. You made so many good points there. And I want to pull back about one of them, of this, like, you can't win in either category, right? Like, there's not a sweet spot where if you are this amount of good, then no one's going to care about your gender. Kind of piece there. So with that, because I think you're absolutely right in a lot of contexts and a lot of communities, what do you do with that? It sounds like your answer was, I'm just gonna play because I can't win, and I can't win this kind of gender and skill war, so I'm just gonna I'm gonna play, I'm gonna move forward. Has anyone else experienced that in their communities? Have they had different experiences? Has that influenced the game that you've been willing to play or not play?
Yes. Okay, so obviously we're focusing on gender, so I'm gonna keep it on that topic, but I'm also gonna be intersectional about it.
Please do.
So we all know who Serena Williams is. We all know she's like the winningest athlete. Like she's amazing. There'll never be another one like her, and she has brought so much acclaim to this country as an American citizen, and yet people continually demean her because of her gender and because of her race. And it's like same thing with Simone Biles. Like, what do you want from us? Like, you could be the absolute best at your sport, whether it's esports or a physical sport or anything, and I think you put the nail on the head. You can be as good as you want to be. There's no amount of like professional athletic greatness that's going to overwhelm the prejudice and the oppression that people are determined to turn your way. And so I think and I'm not judging anybody by what choices they make when they're faced with this kind of like pushback institutionally and personally. So it's like you have a few choices. You can take your ball and go home. You can build a bigger stadium and just do your own thing. You can start a nonprofit. You can start a group. You can do whatever you want to do to try to fight back against it. And you can play, and you can beat them at their own game, put your name at number one above everything else, and be like Sonic Fox, and like, and I'm black and I'm gay, and that's that. Like that's it, okay? So I love the fact that so many of us are willing to just go there and make them eat it and just be the best that we absolutely possibly can. And that's what really keeps me going, knowing that by us doing our best to make the spaces better, to excel and to be proud of who we are, you're going to make sure that there's a little queer kid at home looking at you on the screen going, okay, it's going to be hard. Maybe it'll be worth it. Maybe I will find community out there. Maybe I will have a chance to have fun at this game. And life is not just being bullied every single day at school. Maybe it's more than that. So that's my answer to that question.
That's a great answer. And I love that you brought in, right? Like we specifically on this panel are talking about genders, and it's really important to acknowledge that anytime we're talking about identity, keeping an intersectional lens is something that's really important. And so if you are engaging in a community and that community really cares about how good you are at whatever game, and they are you're more likely to experience discrimination if you are a woman, or you're more likely to experience discrimination if you're black, or you're more likely to experience discrimination if you're trans, right? Like any of those pieces are extra layers of effort and experience that you're having to put in every time you engage with that game and you engage with that community. And so you're not just trying to be as good as you can at the game, you're also putting in this extra effort every time you turn on that console.
It's like you're adding an emotional labor burden to every action you take while you're engaging with the community, and it's not anyone's responsibility to bear that burden. So I'm not saying that every single person who is marginalized has to carry the weight. I'm saying that as a community, we need to support each other so that we're not carrying it alone if we choose to do so.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest takeaway in this type of question is that I realized I needed to really create my own spaces for gaming, that I was just never going to fit into the larger, more public spaces. I played a lot of competitive like Pokemon VGC, and I went to a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments when I was younger, and I did like moderately well at them. I was pretty successful in my career in those tournament circuits, but I never felt included in teams, and I was always kind of like pushed to the side. Like it was all about community and working together, with like sharing resources and collaborating and things. Even though when you're actually in the game, when you're playing, it's one-on-one, but a whole lot of getting better is being able to practice and work with other people. And when I would go to local tournaments, everyone had little cliques. They had friends, and they would trade cards with each other and talk about like the best plans. And I really enjoyed the game. I got good at it in spite of like I didn't have all the same resources, of course. So I got good on my own merits and just by like trying really hard. But it was very clear that I didn't really belong with those type of people. There is a stereotype of the kind of game shop clientele that we're probably all aware of. And I also did not fit into that sort of thing, whether it be for my gender presentation or for being blind. So I really decided, like, I love this competitive mindset, either like approach for video games or for card games, that I need to create my own space. I need to only play with people who I know are patient with me, that I know are not going to cheat against me when it's just us at the table and no one else is around, that are basically just understanding. I don't need to deal with cis heterosexual white guys all the time. I can play with people who actually understand me and who I share community with, share marginalizations with. And that kind of folded into playing tabletop role-playing games as well. It wasn't very easy for me to get into D&D when I started for many barriers that maybe we can discuss a bit. But I just kept pushing and pushing and made my own space in this community because no one would accept me to their tables, online or otherwise. So that's kind of how I became a dungeon master, a game master, because if I can't get into any games, I'm going to make my own and learn how to adapt and like create the change I want to see.
Absolutely. And it sounds like when you've been able to create some of those communities and those groups, you then aren't then doing like Jay mentioned, the extra emotional labor around managing other people's reactions to your identities. You get to just play D&D.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think when I think about it, I don't know. What I wish for is like liberation around all of this of like, yes, like dedicated spaces are beautiful and vibrant and wonderful, but that is kind of putting the burden again back onto the individual. Of you have to go, if you want to play this game, you have to go find those places, or you have to make your own space, or you have to do, you know, all these things where other folks who don't have to worry about identity-based harassment as much in games just get on and play, right? And so I don't know, of course, that is like a systemic and cultural issue that we're not going to fix today. But I do think the way that I would think about it now is like around agency, and how, like, what it would take to restore that, right? Like, because harassment wants, the point of harassment is to make you feel silenced, to make you feel unwelcome, to make you feel belittled, right? And it wears away at your sense of self, and it wears away at your sense of agency. And so really looking at what you have control over and what you don't have control over, right? And I don't know, finding ways to honor that, right? The things that you don't have control over, like how do you honor the ways that you feel, or when harassment happens, or when you feel shut out of a space or unwelcomed, or when some guy asks you for your picture, you know, like just like what do you need so that when that happens, you don't leave every experience of gaming feeling totally depleted and totally belittled, right? So there's that part of it, the stuff that you can't control. And then, of course, the stuff that you maybe do have agency over, of, you know, what choices and what like kind of configurations of gaming make me feel the best, make me feel like I'm having the most fun, and what makes me feel like I'm really getting the stuff I want to get out of games. And there's unlikely to be like a 100% perfect combination, but I think really restoring that agency for yourself can do a lot in kind of acting as a salve to the harassment that makes you feel like I don't have control over anything, or I don't, you know, I don't know who I am or what I'm doing here type of feelings. And yeah, I think that like with all of that too, it's also, I don't know, I think my wish is just that again, that like sense of carefreeness in gaming, and not having to be the best, and not having to be very good, you know, and just getting to play. And you know, we touched on the intersectionality of all of this at the hotline. We get a lot of texts around in-game harassment, and then like kind of top three vectors of it are gender, sexuality, and race. So those are like being like the top three vectors in all of the ways that they intersect. create like a real picture, right, of who is welcome here, who are these spaces for, and who is taking on this extra effort, extra labor, and extra kind of emotional burden of just existing in these spaces, no matter your skill level, right?
Well,
sorry, go ahead. No, I talked a lot. Go ahead, Sarah.
Well, and I want to pull briefly a couple points between everybody of like the downside of that spiteful approaches, or like, and which many of us arguably have become better out of spite, or out of that, like, I'll show you, I can do it. Or having that agency and having that autonomy, the way that things are structured right now means isolation. Because if you're doing that, it means, well, just go and learn it somewhere else. Don't learn it in a social setting, or don't have mic on, don't have comms on, which means then you don't know what your team is thinking unless they're willing and generous enough to ping, or type in the chat. And if you have the chat open, that opens another avenue of harassment, which is actually the written chat, I feel like, is just as bad as the verbal chat. I don't know if there's a study on that, but that would be interesting to see. But having those like layers of autonomy and choice too, the way they are right now, is really problematic, because it just means you have to play by yourself in a setting where other people are somewhere present. But at the same time, it is important and vital tool to have at hand, because you should, I agree with Jay and Tyler, and that like we need that autonomy. We need the ability to be able to make choices about our environment and who we're surrounding ourselves with. And I don't believe that it should be at the cost of socialization. But at the same time, if people can't play nice, I don't want to play with you.
Absolutely.
It's hard.
Absolutely. Well, and like Tyler mentioned earlier, needing to get better without having all of the resources. Social resources are a huge part of how we get better in games. And that includes, like, I don't understand how to beat this boss, so I'm going to look up the Reddit thread for it, as well as engaging in these games together. One of the reasons I liked playing Destiny with other people was because I wanted to be able to engage in missions that at that point in time were at like the very edge of my ability level, and I needed a little bit of support. I get better, you get better faster when you're engaging with a team, when you're doing something that's supposed to be done with a team. I can go and practice kicking a soccer ball into a goal all day long, and that's not going to improve my skills nearly as much as if I am also getting practice playing soccer on a team with people. So the same thing comes into here. Something I was thinking about as you were talking, Jalen, was I'm not sure if anyone else has had this experience, but I've found that when I am engaging in gaming in safe spaces, it actually helps me advocate for myself and for others when I move into less safe spaces, because that being treated like a human becomes a more normalized experience, right? So I play a lot with a particular clan I'm a part of in Destiny, and it's mostly cis het men, and they're pretty great, and I am treated like a human, and it's awesome. And then when I move into like those less kind of socially curated spaces, when I am faced with gender-based harassment, I am less impacted and also a little bit less tolerant of it, in part because I'm like, no, this is not how it has to be. This is not making the game better for anyone. It's not even making the game better for you, right? Like, we need to move forward and move past this. And having those safe spaces has helped really build my confidence in being able to advocate. I'm curious if other people have had a similar experience.
Not a specific experience, but I totally agree. It's pretty self-indicative. Like, you hit it right on the nose in referencing it, is that it's a safe space. Like, I don't remember exactly what it's called, but there's like a safe space theory where like you can get better at anything outside of that bubble when you practice it in that bubble, whether it be being vulnerable about your emotions or doing hard work and making mistakes that you're afraid to do in front of peers. Like, if you have an environment where you're allowed to mess up and just be bad at things, you bring more confidence with you and more skill when you apply that in the general field.
also the stakes of it, right? Like if you stand up for yourself against someone who is harassing you, you're not losing, you're not losing your only avenue to game, right? And yeah, I really like Tyler's point of like it's the whole practicing thing. You get to practice feeling like you deserve to be treated as a human, and also like advocating for yourself in a place that feels a lot safer. And so you'll of course be better at it outside of that as well than if you didn't have it at all.
Have you ever spoken to someone who had never gotten to be in a positive space when it came to like fandom stuff, and just watching them realize that it doesn't always have to be like you're not always going to be the butt of every joke and you're going to get to exist here without harassment?
Mhm.
And I think just being able to finally have that experience could really radically change the way that person is like, okay, this is what it's supposed to be like, so I don't have to accept the negative treatment anymore. I don't have to feel like I like being dehumanized is the price that I pay to exist in a fandom space. And a lot of people kind of like assume that, and that if you're the only girl, you walk in, you have to just deal with the disgusting comments, and if you're the queer person, then you're just going to be this is your place, this is what you deserve, because that's what you have to go through just to go to the comic book store, just to play video games or whatever. And when they finally get a chance to go somewhere where it's not like this, someone asked me, like, this is my first PAX and the diversity lounge is here, and I'm like, why can't the whole con be like this, a room where no one misgenders me and I'm just allowed to be here? And I kind of wanted to cry. I was like, you can stay here as long as you like, and we will give you snacks. Like, oh, this poor baby. Oh my god.
Well, and I want to note too that that practice element of it is so important, and being able to have that empowerment. But and Elizabeth, let me know if you've heard this too, but clinically, as a person who provides clinical care through a lens of geek culture, having so many clients walk in and be like, I don't have to explain to you what Twitch is. I don't have to defend the game that I played. I don't have to explain to you why that dice set is really aesthetically pleasing and you don't think it's a problem in my life. Is liberating. It feels liberating and empowering, and having that experience is so incredibly powerful for well-being, for self-confidence, for satisfaction with life and social understanding. Even if you're surrounded by people who are like, oh, is this your first con, do you know where the bathroom is? Like, you can eye roll, or you can be like, I'm not welcome at all. And that difference is made with those safe spaces, with that practice of having that social engagement where you're welcome, which is ironic because in geek spaces, not only with gaming, but generally, we would hope that as a group who are like, if you look at the definition of the word geek, are rejects. And so we come together out of that rejection from the social norm, the status quo. You would think there would be more tolerance, acceptance, and respect. But unfortunately,
you've forgotten the crabs in the barrel analogy, haven't you?
I have never heard that. I would
Well,
love to hear it.
I'll tell you. So, the con is the barrel and the geeks are the crabs. You throw another one in there, they're not going to be nice to him. They're going to fight to use him to get out. It's a churning, unhappy glob. It's really, really frustrating to see that people who are already like dealing with marginalization act that way. But in many cases, and not to generalize, but in many cases, it's a cis white straight able-bodied man who feels that he's been denied the privilege he deserved because he likes Pokemon and he should be treated better. But because he's a geek, no one likes him. It's not because he's mean or he kicked a puppy or he doesn't bathe. It's because he doesn't like Pokemon.
Don't
and
kick puppies.
I'm just saying, I feel like a lot of the negativity in the spaces that we occupy comes from people feeling like they deserve to be treated better. And everyone should be treated with respect, but you don't get to use your hurt feelings to subject other people to misery. I'm like, no, I get it. We're all unhappy, but your unhappiness is not an excuse to dehumanize other people. And, ooh, that's what really gets me. It's like, okay, I get it, but like, can we all just get along? Why does it have to be so hard? My goodness.
Sarah knows that I have just would love to have a whole other panel on
Yes.
deep toxic masculinity and the ways that it shows up in like nice guys and quiet guys and
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
We
So
can do
any
that
but
panel.
I'm not gonna
That's a panel
take
that
up
can
That's
space
the
happen.
for that
next
here.
panel.
Let's
That's
do
the
it.
next panel.
That's a PAX West after dark.
After dark.
Into it.
I did want to say I really liked a lot of the points that y'all have made around the the beauty and vibrancy and benefit of safe spaces and how they can make gaming possible in a lot of ways for so many people. But I also like just to like 201 this. I don't think it's enough. Like I'm not
Agreed.
ready to just stop there of like, okay, well, we have a cool queer space or a cool like POC game space. And again, it's that intersectionality of I feel constantly forced to choose between either being like queer and trans or being Asian. I just don't have a lot of queer Asian spaces and not around gaming either. Like it just becomes so many different things where like it still feels like I'm fragmenting myself in some ways. Not too dissimilarly from the ways that I fragment myself if I turn off my mic or if I choose a username that intentionally doesn't seem feminine or something like that. And so it does. Yes, a diversity lounge is cool and I'm glad we have it, but it needs to be the whole con. Like it really, I think the like real point of liberation is not just being sure that we can have these exclusive spaces, but also that we can really shift the whole culture, so that we can have all of it, right?
Yeah, that's what I was
it
gonna say
all.
earlier. When you had mentioned we can't change it all in one day, I was like, no, we can't, but we can absolutely have a discussion on what it's like when big companies actually look for focus groups and consultants to discuss how they can be more inclusive and how they can have more diversity. And I'm always telling them, hey, it starts with you guys. You need more permanent hires that are going to be from marginalized groups. You don't want just to pay someone once to come and talk to you about how your game studio is prejudiced. You need to have people on staff whose job it is, and not just your minority employees forcing them to do this job that's unpaid. You need to have someone who's literally on staff helping you remove the toxic elements from the way your workplace works, and so that way we can actually change the culture from within. And I've had a few talks like this with different companies, and it is going well, but it's an uphill battle, like literally.
And
I
not
think that's
just
the most important thing.
and not just to tell you at management what's going wrong and how you can fix it, but to have someone there internally who can help keep you accountable and keep the trajectory moving forward instead of, well, we did our good deed for the year.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. I agree that it is not enough. And one of the things that I think is really interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing as we continue to build safe spaces, but also we work to create like the more general spaces, like we work to increase that safety, is how that helps everyone, right? Like when we're thinking about increasing accessibility, there have been so many studies that have shown that like if you work on helping increase accessibility and increasing inclusivity, it doesn't just help the people who hold certain marginalized identities, it actually makes the space better for everyone. It can increase the amount of creativity in spaces, it can increase the amount of collaboration. Like there are uncomfortable growth periods, but I liken this similar to how much I love playing D&D with new players who've never played D&D before, because D&D is this cool space in which like the rules are used to support this awesome storytelling, and so you should be thinking as out of the box as possible. But once you've been playing D&D for a while, you have an idea of like these kinds of spells and these kinds of mechanics, and like you start being more inside this very large box. But playing with new players, they have no idea what they can and can't do. So they're like, this would be cool. Can this happen? And oftentimes that's amazing ideas. I played with a player who was like, oh, well, I think my character would probably have like stored some like miniature potions in fake teeth in their mouth that they could crack even if they were like that is such a good idea. That is a phenomenal idea that nobody else at the table ever would have thought of, because they're like, meh, that's probably not a thing that would happen or we would have. I haven't seen ideas around that. And so the same thing can happen in gaming spaces and in other spaces, is the more inclusive and more diverse those spaces are, the better it is ultimately for everybody, even if there are those growing pains over time. And I kind of see a lot of the smaller safe spaces we're working on creating right now more as those places to help people practice the skills to make the larger spaces safer over time, as opposed to these are the spaces that people should be relegated to if they want to feel kind of comfortable.
I remember the first. Oh, go ahead, Sarah.
No,
No,
I'll
it's
make it
fine.
quick. And for those of you who are watching this panel and are feeling a little uncomfortable because maybe you are a cishet, able-bodied white man, I want to call out what the brain does really quickly on why it's uncomfortable when we get challenged in our privilege. And it's because in our brain, we have a concept of who we are as a good person. And most of us believe we are good people. And inherently, internally, we don't intend harm on other people when we go about conducting our lives. And we have been raised in a culture that is scaffolded by system, by parents, by school, by everywhere, that this is how it should be. This is what gender roles mean. This is what it means to be X, Y, and Z. And so those come pre-baked into our brains when we engage in gaming spaces. And so when someone calls you out and says, hey, you make this place less welcome by conducting yourself the way that you do, it contradicts what our brain says we are and who we are on a values level, on a morals level, and we don't want to accept it. Our brain doesn't want to accept it. Our brain is also a jerk. And at the same time, we have to challenge that vision of ourselves and our ability to be infallible and good. And remember that we can hurt people. We can unintentionally, based on our privileges and our understanding of the world, make places more uncomfortable for other people. And when someone challenges you, I encourage you to take a moment, pause, consume that piece of feedback, and move forward better and wiser. Because this is a hard thing to swallow for a lot of people. Off soapbox. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Jay.
Oh no, that's it. You're good. You said it all.
So we've got just a couple minutes left, and I want to make sure we leave time for people to learn where they can find you on the internet. Is there a takeaway or a piece of advice that you'd like to share with our audience today?
My one piece of advice I want to share with the audience is that whoever you are, whatever your ability, skill level, gender, identity, race, all that fun stuff, you matter, and you should absolutely feel safe and free to play whatever game you want. Please reach out, make friends, enjoy your time on the internet, and curate your space. If things are negative, you don't have to put up with it. You should be happy with the time that you're spending online. That's it. Daylin, you're up.
Okay. Mine's, I think, a little sassy because I feel like marginalized folks get told so often, again, that you're like a fake gamer. Do you really like games? Are you just doing it for attention or trying to steal people's money? I don't know. But anyways, a lot of that rhetoric around you don't love it enough or you're not good enough. And it's always so ironic to me that that comes up because I honestly think we love games more than non-marginalized folks sometimes because when you have put up with all the stuff that we've put up with and still love games this much, get back to me. So I don't know. That's something like remembering that helps me feel like, you know what? I'm just going to do things that make me happy and that bring me fulfillment because it is all this gatekeeping. One doesn't really make any sense and isn't ever a reflection of you, your character, and your skill and your place in games. Because yeah, we're actually the best. we're actually the most.
Well, I feel like I shared a bit of advice of like, don't let your brain tell you you're good and that the other person's making a mistake. Consume that feedback, but also that for all of the queerdos out there, for all of the marginalized folks, remember that we are all out here, that there are other people out there playing that are like you, that you are not alone, and that we all can make this community a better place, and that allies and I mean this is I can go with that. I can say it, and I know that everybody will probably nod their heads right along with me. This is not meant as a panel to hate on anyone, but just as a challenge and a sharing of experience to help empathize and understand. And so I want you to try to practice that empathy and try to practice that understanding and enter those spaces with a little more knowledge.
This is really realizing it just really echoes everything you three just said. But like, even though it's everyone's responsibility and we should be collectively making all of our spaces better, making community better, making it so everyone feels happy and safe, comfortable, and having fun, it's still okay to step away from challenging environments if you don't have the personal fortitude yet or at all to try to change your environment or speak up to educate other people. Treat yourself with care. Some people have limitless energy to fight those fights. Some people need to take their time with it and do it once in a while, if ever. I'd really encourage you to seek out games and communities that bring you joy and don't just stick around and suffer just because like you have a friend or you have one game that works for you. Really just embrace what makes you happy and don't try to force it. Be fine giving something up if it's not bringing you joy anymore. Getting a little more Marie Kondo in here, but like I can't stress enough that like no, like you shouldn't be compromising your joy for someone else's joy. In a sense, like don't hurt anybody else, but like follow your bliss, I guess is what I'm saying.
Beautiful.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. This panel has been really awesome. I'm really glad to have been a part of it. So the final thing is we want to let everyone know where they can find you on the internet. So again, Game to Grow is a 501c3 nonprofit. You can find us at www.game2grow.org or on Twitter and Facebook at GameTOGrow. You can find me personally at Doctors Kilmer. Doctors is spelled out. On Twitter. I'm not really on there, but you can find me. We have a training for mental health professionals coming up mid-September. I really hope you can join us for that. And let's let everyone know where they can find you the same way that we did introductions. So Jay Justice, you're first.
All right. You can find me at @JayJustice. That's ThatJayJustice on Facebook, Tumblr, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, like everything, all the things. Patreon, Ko-fi. And yeah, definitely check out my stuff. I make costumes. The last game I worked on was Mass Effect Legendary Edition, and I'm working on some more stuff that I can't talk about, but it's going to be great.
I think I want to plug the Games Hotline again. The Games Hotline is a free, confidential, text message based emotional support hotline for anyone who makes or plays games. We're here for gamers and game makers and everyone in between in the games community. And you don't have to text us just about games or just about online harassment. So to reach the Games Hotline, you text from anywhere in the US, the word support, SUPPORT, to the short code 23368. So you text support to 23368. You can text in anytime, any day of the week. And we log on every day from 3 to 7 p.m. Pacific. And so that's when we'll text you back. But yeah, we're open 7 days a week. And if you want to follow our work, we're at Games Hotline on all the social medias. And if you want to follow me personally, I'm Envy Plays Games, ENVI Plays Games on Twitter.
All right, everybody. Well, you can find me lurking around in the Discords and the social media sites on the websites of Take This, which is on Twitter, TakeThis.org, or www.takethis.org. You can also find me at Queer Esports, which is on Twitter at Queer Esports or queeresports.org. Or you can find me personally at Twitter at Dr. Hayes Sidey, which is DrHayspsyd, or around on the internet somewhere on some form of the phrase pterodactyl with X's somewhere in there. But you can mostly find me at my orgs. So that's me.
If you're interested in getting involved or learning more about the Dots RPG project, you can reach our website at dotsrpg.org or on Twitter and Instagram at dotsrpg. We are constantly looking to help up more publishers and creators in the TTRPG space. get more educated on how they can include more people and do better digital accessibility. And also, we're trying to get people who are willing to help others and educate others on our consultants list. So whether you do free support or if you are doing, like, if you are a professional at providing that sort of accessibility support, we'd be happy to get you on our list so that way other people can find you more easily. And if you're interested in following me, you can find me on Twitter at Tyler_Moonsage.
Thanks everybody so much for coming.
That's my man throwing down. That's my man going down. That's my man throwing down. That's my man for that.
Get up. Check. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I am just so excited to be here. My name is Rob Kovacs, also known as 88-Bit. I thought I'd start with a nice, easy piece to warm up. That was Bloody Tears from Castlevania 2, composed by Kenichi Matsubara. I'm going to do a whole concert tonight of video game music. A good chunk of it is from the classic NES era, but some modern stuff too. Does everybody have a program? All right. Does anybody not have one? Oh, wow. I printed out 200. I was like, oh, that'd be plenty. So I guess not. I'll try to announce everything that I'm playing. All right, the next two, I'm going to do an entire soundtrack. They're both very quick. A classic game, Friday the 13th from the NES, notoriously difficult. And then I'm going to follow that up with RC Pro-Am, also very difficult. The first one was composed by Hirohiko Takayama, and then RC Pro-Am was composed by David Wise. All right, again, that was Friday the 13th first, and then the entire soundtrack of RC Pro-Am. It's about a minute and a half. But yeah, it was composed by David Wise, also famous, very famous composer, known for games like Battletoads, Slalom, Donkey Kong Country. Oh yeah. The next one is a favorite soundtrack of mine, a game that was originally made for an arcade game and then ported to everything. This is a game called Marble Madness. Yeah, super difficult. One of the craziest soundtracks ever written for a video game. There's nothing quite like it. It was composed by Brad Fuller and Hal Cannon. I say this every concert. If anybody knows anything about Hal Cannon, please get in touch with me. I'd love to interview him and talk to him about the composition of the soundtrack. I can't find anything about Hal Cannon, so somewhere on the internets, come find me. So I'm going to play this entire soundtrack. And then of note is David Wise was involved. He was tasked with porting the original audio to the NES. So there's a little bit of him in this as well. Here is Marble Madness. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That soundtrack is so cool. It's yeah, one of my favorites. All right, I'm gonna change it up a little bit, do something a little more modern. The past 2 years, I was asked to make a video game medley for the Game Audio Network Guild Awards for their 6 nominees for Music of the Year. So this is this year's 2021 Game Audio Network Guild's Music of the Year medley, which includes 6 games. You know what? If you don't, I won't say which ones they are. See if you can recognize the games as they are played in the medley. I'll tell you afterwards, but we'll see what you can recognize. All right, here we go. All right, who got them all? They were Animal Crossing, and then Ori and the Will of the Wisps, followed by Metamorphosis. That's kind of the sleeper hit. It's a lot of 12-tone, early 20th century techniques. If you're into like Sprechstimme and Schoenberg, you will like that soundtrack. It's really an amazing soundtrack, though. I do highly recommend checking it out. Then was Hades, then Star Wars Squadrons, and last, Final Fantasy VII, the remake. So, those are the nominees. The winner was Star Wars Squadrons, composed by Gordy Hobb. He was the winner this year. All right. The next one is super new. It isn't even out yet. So speaking of new music, this is an original composition of mine. I'm scoring the soundtrack to a VR game. The game is called Stray Light. It is currently on Steam in early access. It should be coming out soon. Yeah, no official date yet, but if you're into VR, this is an amazing game. I'm super excited to be a part of it. You're basically, it's a space platform, we call it. You get to fly around in space and fling yourself from star to star. And it's basically the most fun experience I've ever had in VR. So maybe a little biased, but it's very fun. This is level, I should also say too, the composition is all synthesizers, so I'll be doing an arrangement of my own composition. Thank you. Again, that's Stray Light. Check it out on Steam. All right, next, doesn't need an introduction. This is, yeah, you'll know this one. Thank you. I keep bowing. I'm like, I don't think I need to bow after every song. But all right, what's next on the program? I should have brought one for myself. I believe it is Mega Man 2. Is that right? Okay. Okay, I think we're good on time here. Mega Man 2 is one of my favorite soundtracks ever as well. This is composed by Takashi Tateishi, as well as some of it's composed by Manami Matsume. I'm working on the entire soundtrack. I have about 5 more Mega Man bosses to go. But they're tough. They're tough ones. Quick Man is going to be a tough one. So here is some of it. I've got one more. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My goodness. Big thanks. I want a huge thanks to PAX and everybody at PAX for inviting me out here. This has been a dream come true. Big round of applause for PAX and putting this thing together in the middle of a pandemic and making it work. I want to shout out Martin Leung, the video game pianist. He's a big inspiration to me, one of the first people to be playing video game music on piano. If you don't know Martin Leung, video game pianist, check him out. He's great. Big round of applause for him. And thank you guys for coming tonight. You guys rock. Thank you everyone who's listening at home. Please come by, say hello, buy a shirt, buy a sticker. I'll give you a sticker. Stickers are free. I got one more. This is Final Fantasy VII main theme.
Hello. My name is Jer. I love you. Thank y'all so much for being here. This is my first show in 611 days. So I'm really excited. and I hope you all are too. Are y'all excited? Are y'all excited? Are y'all excited? Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Hit it, Woody! Chris on the trumpet. Insane in the Rain music. Yeah! Hey! Cool. So, punk rock got me into nerd culture stuff, and nerd culture stuff got me more into punk rock. So here's a kind of punk rock song. Hit it, Woody! Car, I just can't wait to pick you up on our very first date. Is it cool if I hold your hand? Is it wrong if I think it's in the dance? You like stupid hair. Guess that I didn't know what to wear. I'm scared of what you think. Make me nervous though I really can't hit. Let's go, don't wait. This night's almost over. Honest, let's make this night last forever. Forever, endeavor. Let's make this last forever. Forever, endeavor. Let's make this last forever. Smile on the inside. Not worthy of a minute of your time. I really wish it was only me and you. Jealous of everybody in the room. Look at me with those eyes. Can't say you're capable of lies. Scared of what you think. Nervous so I really can't think. Let's go, don't wait. This night's almost over. Honest, let's make this night last forever. Forever, endeavor. Let's make this last forever. Forever, endeavor. Let's make this last forever. PAX! Ra-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga! let's go. Don't wait, this night's almost over. On it, let's make this night last forever. Forever, never. Let's make this last forever. Forever, never. Let's make this last forever. Whoa! Yeah. How's everybody doing? How's everyone on the internet doing? I'm gonna take your word for it. Oh, I'm out of shape. Isn't it obvious? This one's kind of a sing-along. Every day when you're walking down the street, everybody that you meet has an original point of view. And I said, hey, what a wonderful time of day. Learn to work and play, get along with each other. And I said, hey, what a wonderful time of day, where you can learn to work and play, get along with each other. You gotta listen to your heart, listen to the beat, listen to the rhythm of the street. Open up your eyes, open up your ears, get together. Make things better by working together. It's a simple message, comes from the heart. Believe in yourself, well that's the place to start. And I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. We can learn to work and play, get along with each other. And I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. We can learn to work and play, get along with each other. And I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. You can learn to work and play, and get along with each other. And listen to the heart, listen to the beat, listen to the rhythm of the street. Open up your eyes, open up your ears, together and make things better by working together. It's a simple message, it comes from the heart. Believe in yourself, that's the place to start. And I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day, where you can learn to work and play, and get along with each other. And I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day, where you can learn to work and play, and get along with each other. What a wonderful kind of day, where you can learn to work and play, and get along with each other. Wonderful kind of day, where you can learn to work and play, and get along with each other. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Make sure you hydrate. Hydrate before you dehydrate, or you might crydrate. So don't do any of those things except for hydrate, okay? Everyone promise me you're gonna drink lots of water and stay safe, yeah? Yeah! The coolest thing about events like this is that a lot of crazy stuff can be happening in the world, but we all can take care of each other, right? And that's why this is possible. So just stay safe and do what you can to take care of yourselves as well as the people around you. Yeah! So this next song is from one of them video game things, you know. I feel like people here might like that stuff. I don't know. I got hit up to do this, and I was just like, sure, I guess. I'm not even a musician. I've just been fronting this whole time, and y'all keep buying it. It's kind of sick that I got y'all. Hit it, Woody! All right, we've met the 6 video game song requirement that PAX made us sign. Yeah, and I signed in blood too, so bad things will happen if I don't fulfill that quota. Thank you, PAX. Seriously, thank you to PAX for putting this whole thing on and having us play here. I've wanted to play Seattle for the longest time, and now that dream has come true. There's only one more American city I've yet to be to. And once I get to that, oh, it's over for you fools. All right. Speaking of being over for you fools, this next song has nothing to do with that. Hit it, Woody! Wait, hold on. I don't think we ever discussed this one. Let's go. Crash, and then I'll do. So 6 counts. Hit it, Woody! What's the Scooby-Doo? We're coming after you. We're gonna solve that mystery. I see you, Scooby-Doo. The trolley's back to you. What's the Scooby-Doo? What's the Scooby-Doo? Coming after you. We're gonna solve that mystery. I see you, Scooby-Doo. Trolley's back to you. What's the Scooby-Doo? Look back. You may find another clue. The Scooby snacks will be waiting here for you. Scooby-Doo coming after you? Gonna solve that mystery. See a Scooby-Doo, Charlie's back to you. What's the Scooby-Doo? What's a Scooby-Doo coming after you? Gonna solve that mystery. See a Scooby-Doo.
Bye, Jared.
Check, check. Ruh-roh. Check, check. Pick it up. Help. I'm just gonna awkwardly pick it up until something happens. Pick it up. Pick it up.
Check, check.
Give it up for the wonderful crew here at the Paramount. Yay! There's so much behind the scenes work that happens to make shows happen. In case y'all did not know, there's not a press button and everything sounds good. That's definitely not the case. So the lovely people here are making this possible. So a round of applause for them. This next song will be sang by our lovely singer, Rose Quartz. One of the greatest gems out there who totally did not do anything terrible as you get into season 5, that's for sure.
Spoilers, Chair. Spoilers.
I feel like we might have baited that song of being a Steven Universe cover because I said the whole Rose Quartz bit. So maybe we should do a Steven Universe cover. Does that sound like a good idea? Cool. This is one of the first covers I ever did for Scott2 Network. OGs will remember how terrible it
All I wanna do is see you turn into a giant woman, a giant woman. All I wanna be is someone who gets to see a giant woman. All I wanna do is help you turn into a giant woman, a giant woman. All I wanna be is someone who gets to see a giant woman. Oh, I know it'll be great. I just can't wait to see the person you are. Together, if you give me a chance, we could do even like being together. If you don't, it won't be forever. But if it were me, I'd really like to be a giant woman. A giant woman. All I wanna do is see you turn into a giant woman. Woo!
Yeah, give it up for, that is Denny on the baritone saxophone. It is not Rose Quartz, in case anyone was confused. It's a cosplay, because we're at a con. I don't want to scare anybody. All right, this next song goes out to the Hyrule Fight Club. Y'all know what's up. Mariah on the trombone. Ricky Weber on the guitar. Yeah. You ever have a moment in your life where you do something and then you have instant regret? That was that first flip. I'm like, ooh, I'm already feeling Sunday morning. And then that second flip was, stop, you're not in high school anymore. And then that third flip was, it's PAX, let's have a party. Speaking of partying, this song has nothing to do with that.
White shirt, now red, my bloody nose sleeping. You're on your tippy toes creeping.
think you're so criminal. Bruises on both my knees where you don't say thank you or please. I do what I want and I want to my soul, so cynical. So you're a tough guy, like a really rough guy, just can't get enough guy, just a with a puff guy. Well, I'm the bad type, make your mama sad type, make your girlfriend mad type, I seduce your dad type. I'm the bad guy. Duh. When you take control, even if you know that you don't own me, I'll let you play the role. I'll be your animal. My mommy likes to sing along with me, but she won't sing a song if she reads all the lyrics. She'll pity the man I know. So you're a tough guy, like a really rough guy, just can't get enough guy, just always a puff guy. I'm the bad type. I'm a sad type, I'm a mad type, I said you did that type. I'm the bad guy. Duh. Hey yo! Brown County straight in! Let's go! Oh! I like it when you get mad! Like it's a pretty glad that alone! You think she's scared of me? I mean, let them say what they say. But maybe it's because I'm wearing circle gloves. Oh, goodness gracious, where are my glasses? Okay. Thank you. Remember that talk we had about making regrettable decisions? Yeah, I lost my voice like 2 days ago. And that helped. Anyway, speaking of bad guys, this next song is actually kind of related to that. Don't believe me, just watch. It's not a Bruno Mars cover.
Why not?
You know what? When there's trouble, you know who to call. From their tower, they can see it all. When there's evil on the attack, you can rest knowing they got your back. 'Cause when the world is losing all control, Teen Titans go! When their superpowers, they unite. Teen Titans! Never met a villain that they like. When the bad guys on the run, they'll never stop till the job is done. When the world is losing all control. T-E-E-N-T-I-T, A-N-S-T, Titan, let's go! T-E-E-N-T-I-T, A-N-S-T, Titan, let's go! When there's trouble, you know who to call. Teen Titans! From a tower, they can see it all. When there's evil on the attack, you can rest knowing they got your back. 'Cause when the world is losing all control, Teen Titans go! One, two, three, four, go! Teen Titans! All right. We're going to slow this next one down a little. For all the lovers out there. Grab that special someone. And if that someone special is yourself, well, never mind, I'm not going to finish that one. It had good intention, but no, I'm going to stop right there. Please don't do that, at least not right here, right now. I was gonna make it a whole love yourself thing because you don't need validation from other people, from you as a person, but I caught myself right at the nick of time. That being said, love yourself. You don't need the validation of other people. Yeah. Yes. Waves crashing down, splashes in beauty resound. Where the shore ends becomes unwound. Treasure is found down by the sands of the sea. It's calling out. It's time to be free. Out past the door, adventure lies, thrills are in store, wild and engaging. Open your eyes, roll on with the tide, and maybe you'll find that there's new life awaiting. past the door. Adventure lies, thrills are in store. With wild and engaging, open your eyes, roll on with the tide, and maybe you'll find that there's new life awaiting. Waves crashing down, splashes of beauty resound. Where the shore ends becomes unwound. Treasures are found down by the sands of the sea. It's calling out. It's time to be free. It's time to be free. Thank you. Once again, I want to give it up to all of the people on this stage. It's kind of wild because one of the big reasons I play punk rock is because of this person right here. She was a huge inspiration to me in high school. And then I started playing in her ska band. And then also one of the reasons I became a YouTuber was because of this lovely person right here. I would study to their music all the time, and then I was like, I want to do that, and it was nowhere near as good, but I'm here now, so that's cool. And also, everyone on this stage is someone that inspires me in one way or another to keep doing music and to be a better person. So, like, seriously, thank you to all of the lovely musicians on this stage. No, you. All right, we have a set to play. This next song is an even slower one. So I'm not gonna repeat that whole thing again, but hold on to them seats. Slowest song you've ever heard. Definitely the slowest song you've ever heard. You ready? Because I am. Hit it, This next song is for all the fellas out there. Let's have a talk. Man to they. You know, I'm sure most of y'all will feel me. Because you know, just sometimes, somebody once told me that, you know, the world's gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in this shed. Fellas, am I right? I know, you get it. You know, she was looking kind of dumb. You know that finger and that thumb? It was in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. To the rules and I hit the ground running. Makes sense not to live for fun. The brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to say. So what's wrong with taking the back street? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't go. Hey now, you're an all-star. Game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the road. Fellas, it's they say it gets colder. You're bundled up now when you say again. Oh no, the media men beg to differ. Judging by the holes in your satellite picture. As you skate, getting pretty dead. The water's getting warm, so you might as well swim. World's on fire. How about yours? It's the way I like it, and I never get bored. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get the game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on. Hey, all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the code. Horn! Fellas, go for the moon! Hey now, you're an all-star. Game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars. Somebody once asked, could I spare some change for as I need to get myself away from this place? I said, yeah, what a concept. I could use a little bill by some. We could all use a little change. Years start coming, don't stop coming. Head to the rules and I'm the car running. And it makes sense not to live for fun. Brain gets smart, your head gets dumb. So much to view, so much to see. What's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't go. Hey now, you're an all-star. Game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. Yeah! Yeah! Yo, who started that? Who started that? Distance high five. Yeah!
Hey, shout out to the person in the We Are the Union shirt in the front. Hi. Hi. That's cool.
This next song is for all the. Did someone say Freebird?
Yo, the door's right there.
I learned that 11 years ago, and no one has said play Freebird while I'm on stage. And I finally got my moment. It is your move now. This next song is a love song. It's a slow one. It's for all the. I can't even say it. It's for all the lovers out there. It's for all the. Hell yeah! Tinder gang, rise up. This This next song is for all the, I'm just gonna end this bit. Oh, yeah. It totally is upstairs. Well, I'll use my hand. This next song, this next song is swanging. It's for all the jive turkeys out there. Or what do the kids say these days? This next song's bussin'. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Da da da. it looks like we have time for one more song. Thank y'all so much for being here on this lovely, lovely Saturday night. Yeah. Totally organic thing that I am doing right now. I do not have notes written on my hand. We have merch in the back. Yeah, we have merch in the back. Once again, thank you to the band. Yeah, I hope y'all had a great time. Oh, who wrote this? I mean, no, that is totally from my heart, and I'm not reading a script. All right, enough tomfoolery. We got Brandon right here on the bass. He's gonna start this one out for y'all. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow. Kicking around, have to keep moving on. Guess what lies ahead? Only one way to find out. Must keep on moving ahead. No time for guess to follow my clear stand. Not like a steep, no matter what that may be. Take my lead, I'll set you free. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it through. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it through. Follow me. Danger be lurking around every turn. Trust your feelings, got to live and learn. I know what's up, let's go, I'll make it through. No further option, only one thing to do. I don't care what lies ahead. Don't talk about instead. I'm not listening no matter what that may be. Take my lead, I'll set you free. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it through. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it through, prove it to you. Follow me. Follow me. I'll make it through. Oh yeah. To avoid disaster, you must go faster. Thank you, bud. Gotta go fast. Fast, 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 fast. I love you all.